Good morning, everybody. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hope everybody is doing great on this Saturday morning. Yes, Mr. Wizix, we did make a Dunkin' coffee run this morning. I got up, I did go get my coffee, so we're doing good. Doing good. I'm feeling a little charged up here. Though I may have to go down and make another one during the stream because I didn't go and do one just now. I was trying to get my head wrapped around a couple of things on what we're going to be doing on the build today, making sure that I had everything laid back out that I was going to need. Um, but yeah, welcome on in, everybody. As you know, we've been working on the Box Turtle by Armored Turtle. This is an AMS like unit. We do have stickers, we do have shirts. If you're going to 3D Printopia, you will see several of these live at the show. Several of us will have some stickers, and yeah, we will have these out there and they will be on display. And I think it's starting to build some traction. Um, for those of you that are on Twitter, you would have seen a post potentially by Armored Turtle, one that I reposted last night or maybe this morning about the Discord being opened up some so that you can now see a bit more of the conversations that are going on with the box turtle and turtle neck, which is the like buffering uh, system between the between the box turtle hub and your tool head. There will be a board that goes in there as well that will enable it to have some smarts. So that's always a good thing. And there's a few other add-ons and stuff like that that are in development. So without further ado, as my bot would say, let's kind of take a look and see what we're working with. For those that are familiar with where we left off at, we were working on the underside of the unit. But let me flip this over. So, whoops. Let me kind of flip this over so you can see where we're at so far. We've got our nice mesh dual color skirts going on this particular build. We have our re-spoolers in place. We've got our lane lights in place. That was one of the last things we did on the last stream. We've got our rear adjustable idlers prepped and ready to go on there. No need to put them on there just at this moment. They'll just kind of get in the way. We've got one more idler, excuse me, not extruder to put in the bottom. We've got our Mosfetti over here. We've got our 3 motors wired up to our Mosfetti. We still need to run a power wire from our main Big Tree Tech MMB board. We're going to run it around the front with these wires. It's going to go in down here at the bottom of our Mosfetti. And then we'll need to build our signal wire cable. And that's going to come up, follow around, and go into our MMB over here. Once we get that wiring done, we'll find a good place to put our 5-volt fan. Probably bring this all the way up to one of the ones up here. And then we will install our final extruder. And the build will pretty much be done. We'll just put some corner pieces on with the feet. I do not plan on putting a cover on this at the moment. I think I've got the DXF file, and if so, I can try and cut a couple of quick acrylic panels so that I can install that on the bottom, and we'll have a see-through so everybody can kind of see the wiring and everything on these units. I may have one out on display that's not actually connected up to a printer. And with that being said, let's go ahead and we'll switch over to go over to the overhead view. Now, one of the things that we're going to need to do is install another in stop using these little L brackets. The in stop's going to sit here vertically, and then this will be an adjustment that will mount right behind our PTFE tubing. Now, I was looking at the way this goes with the way these wires go, and the only way that this fits in there is if we have our end stop and the wiring coming out of the end stop and this wiring kind of behind the end stop captive here. So we may wind up having to do some machinations here to get that wiring in the right spot. This is just a new way that's being done, and I'm not sure, but there may be further changes that have been put in place that I just don't have on this set of the files that may make that a mute point. So no big deal. We'll go ahead and get these installed. Now, when we install these end stops, we're leaving the levers on them. Okay, we're going to leave the levers on them. And so what I've done is I've got my 4 end stops set up here on my OmniFixo. As you can see, all the levers are still on them. And I just kind of set them up in an assembly fashion so I can go ahead and go through and tin all the pins that we're going to use and then be ready to go in and figure out the wire lengths and then start cutting and adding the wires. Now, the other thing that's different about these particular end stops, okay, leaving the levers on, that's number one. Number two is we are wiring these up as normally open, okay, which means instead of doing the outer two pegs, we're doing, in this case, the peg all the way on the left. So it's the side where the lever joins in, which is where the plunger's at. So the side all the way on the left, that's going to be our common. And then we're going to go into the center pin for our signaling pin. So that's going to be the normally open pin. Okay. So what we would do is I'm going to go ahead and just get some of our wiring links set up. And the way I'm going to do this, for the most part, are connectors right here that we're going to go to on the MMB are right in line uh, with the cable trough run that goes straight across. So all we're going to do is we're going to be looking at coming across and going straight up to our in-stop wire. We'll leave a tad bit extra just to make it easier and give us a service loop, so to speak. And then we'll make that cut. And that'll be for our longest run. We need 2 of these wires, so we'll just double that up. Make second cut. And that'll be our first set of wires. We're going to do the same thing. We want to come down to about where the extruder is, go forward. And when we go to solder these on, we're just going to basically solder them right in order. So it'll be lane 1, lane 2, lane 3, lane 4. And it'll make installing these a little bit easier. Hey, Thunder Keys, how's it going? And I'm sorry, I forgot to do my morning introduction. So welcome on in, Mr. Wizix, Da Vinci. How are you doing today? Timor, top of the morning to you. Thunder Keys, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. I am just coming in here and kind of just doing our rough measurements like we did before. It's going to give me the ability to do my wire lengths. And then once I have my wire links, we'll go ahead and do our standard solder everything up. And then we'll come in here and start putting them in place one at a time. And once we get these in, then we'll work on doing the power run. We're going to come from the frontmost connector and we're going to use the 5 volt in the ground. We're just going to create a link that comes over here that we can put into our Mosfetti. And then we'll do our we'll add in our end stop, or not end stop, the fan. And that's pretty much, I believe, everything. Or I'm sorry, we still need to install the final extruder. And that's it. I mean, that's literally where we're at. We're in the final stages here. In the, I'll say in the plane building industry, and it's pretty much the same thing in doing 3D printer builds. We have a saying, it's kind of like 90% done, 90% to go. Meaning you got 90% done, which is the physical construction, but then you have all the wiring, and then you have all the electronics programming and configuration and calibration steps. And you're right at the end, you're thinking, oh man, we're almost done. And then you get into the really tedious stuff that just kind of slows everything back down again. I am going to have a seat here because we're going to wind up doing our soldering, and it's going to be just a little bit easier for me to be up close and personal here. Hey, everybody. Good luck to the youngin on the wrestling tournament, Thunder Keys. Oh, that'll be cool. I have to step away for about 10 minutes. Got to fire up the coffee roaster. Hey, I understand that. Get that coffee roaster going. And for those that are following along, you know that we got the new bench over here for the rat rig. I ordered some legs. So this bench is all 40/40 over here, 40/40 extrusions. We go over here where it's a little bit bigger. So the bench that's right here is all made of 40/40 extrusions, which if you're familiar, it's the same extrusions we used on the black box. It's a kit from Rat Rig that you can buy. So I've got that put together, and I've cut the board for the top out of 3/4 inch plywood. They suggested 20 millimeter. I didn't even look. I'm assuming 20 millimeter is going to be close to 3/4 of an inch. If not, I'm not getting anything thicker because then I have to go in dimensional lumber. But I cut that 3/4 of an inch plywood down. It's about 25.5 by 27.5 inches. I've got that sitting there. It works out well. There are some L brackets that go underneath on each side. They can screw up from the bottom. I need to do that. And then I'll get this moved up onto there. So that frees up the space behind me. And we can get up there and start printing again with the rat rig. And I just like the fact that it's on legs, it's raised up a bit. I'll have some storage underneath. I'll have a storage platform in the middle there. I'll be able to put another shelf there. I just need to get some different wood. Probably going to go with some 1/2 inch instead of 3/4 because it's not going to be like dimensionally holding printer up. It's just going to be a shelf for storage, horizontal surface, you know. But that will free up this area again and make it easier to move around and get to things, which is going to be good because one of the things that we'll be doing is rebuilding the tool heads for Fey Dragon and Iron Dragon. Most likely Iron Dragon, even though this is red and um, old copper, and this is red and orange. This is most likely going to go over here on Iron Dragon. Color scheme doesn't match. I get that. I was picking colors that I had rather than colors that I need to order because the colors I used for Iron Dragon were from Sparta 3D. So I may see if Sparta 3D has the colors I need while at 3D Printopia. If not, then I'll probably place an order while at 3D Printopia because they normally have a bunch of sales going on at that time. So, and I can redo some of the panels on here. I may not go through and redo everything, but we'll see. Or who knows? I've got extra boards that are coming in, so maybe we'll redo or build yet another one of these. Not like they can't build more, right? And just like before, we're just going through and tinning the ends of our end stops. I'm going to leave my solder up here. And what I'm going to do is one by one, I'm just going to strip the ends of my wire and go ahead and solder these on. And like I said, just kind of do the whole little whatchamacallit, assembly line thing here. But yeah, we're gonna have 5 or 6 of these. 20 millimeters, 0.75, just over 3/4. Okay, good. Sounds great. Thank you for doing the math that I did not want to do in public. Once again, all I'm doing here is I'm laying the wire on the iron, getting the wire warm or hot, and then I'm very lightly touching up into the solder and letting that wick into the wire. Now all I need to do is come over here, lay the wire and lay the wire on top of the leg. Lightly touch it with the iron. Everything warms up, and hold it in place while things cool back down. And we have a good solder joint. Really doesn't take much. And then we'll have to come back and you have to remind me that we need to put heat shrink on these. That way we don't have any issues with uh, wire shorts. I will tell you that the only thing that stinks about the bench over here for the rat rig is like I said, the top is basically 25.5 inches by 27.5 inches. The reason that stinks is if you know your dimensions, we do a lot of things in 4 foot by 8 foot sections. So 4 foot, you cut that in half, it's 24 inches, so it's too short for the one side. So it just doesn't go cleanly into our normal nominal dimensions over here in the U.S. I don't know about the European folks. But it just means we'll have other little pieces of wood for other projects that we'll do around here at some point. Oh, and by the way, folks, I know they don't like us to talk about it, but the YouTube channel, which is where we post a lot of our videos for, I'll say, more long-term storage and viewing pleasure, I do have the 3 previous box turtle sessions moved over there as well. So if you're interested, you can check over there and you can see the VODs here, or you can see the VODs over there as time goes by. Because like I said, Twitch, as I'm just an affiliate, it only lasts so long over on Twitch. But also, I just realized I'm 9 followers away, subscribers. I think they're called subscribers over on YouTube. I'm 9 subscribers away over on YouTube from having 500, which would allow me to monetize my channel over there. And you may start seeing some YouTube only content in the near future. Simply because there's going to be some things like I'm not 100% sure if I can get solid internet out in my shed to be able to stream. So I may have to do like just straight videos. And mind you, that is where the Milo is. And we still need to do some final content on Milo to do, finalize the commissioning, make sure that we're trammed, and do the and do all of that stuff, and then start doing some cutting. I do have some aluminum that I purchased a while back. They're kind of like, it was a box of offcuts, but it's some rectangular cuts. And by rectangular, I mean like literal blocks. So it's not like thin plate, but I do have some plate. I do have some thin blocks that I can mill with. So that'll be nice. We'll be able to do some stuff there. And yeah, I may just start doing some shorter, video only content stuff. Meanwhile, my boy Evil Diesel over there is like, oh, we can do this and we can do that. 1907, the kid added it. Oh, gotcha. Cool. You can dig a ditch, run Cat 5. Well, Evil Diesel, funny you mention that. There is a ditch. I do have power out there. That's the other reason why it's out in the shed right now is I do have 2 20-amp circuits out to the shed because it's where I run my Shape Oko and a lot of my woodworking tools right now. So what we would be able to do is potentially, and I say this, potentially we could tap into that existing conduit and run stuff through. I don't know if they left a, like a pull cable or anything. So I may have to try and figure that out. 1 second here. I, I think that's all of the soldering we're going to do today. So I'm going to go ahead and disconnect the soldering iron for now. I will go ahead and grab the heat gun once I get these cut. I am going to move this out of the way so I don't burn myself yet again on it. We're going to cut some of our heat shrink tubing down and get that on the ends here, and then we'll grab the heat gun and shrink all these at the same time. Hey, Shrimp Father, how's it going? Welcome on in. We are trying to finish up the box turtle build. And like I said, I feel like we're 90% done, 90% to go. Just standard building. We're almost done with the physical build, and then we have to do all the stuff that says, hey, now let's get this thing prepped and ready, like doing software, doing software configuration, doing tuning. We're gonna have to rebuild a tool head to actually get this to work because we're gonna need at least a tool head sensor, right? Technically, we don't need a cutter. We can do tip forming, but we really want to have a tool head sensor in front of the extruder gear. And we'll set things up so that we say, okay, here's the distance from point A to point B. Point A being the hub at the back of our uh, box turtle here. Point B being the sensor at the tool head. And preferably that would be the sensor right before the extruder gears. And my plan is to build a filomatrix, which would have a sensor before the gears and a sensor between the gears and the cutter. And if you build a filomatrix, we've got the necessary links and stuff already pre-calculated, so we would be good there to enter into the software that we would need. So, yeah. Hey, Grumpy Raven, welcome in. And see what you got there. Just wandered over from Discord. Can't wait to get in on this. Oh yeah. Well, and like I said, the Discord is being opened up some. I'm not sure if it's going to be like, I'll say the super secret room is being opened up, but at least the general discussion areas for the Discord are being opened up now around the box turtle. I can't say anything about when it's going to go into a public beta, other than soon. This might get a little loud as we shrink the heat shrink down. And yes, I cannot say enough praises about the OmniFixo. And the biggest praise is this right here. The fact that these are spring-loaded, straight up and down clamps are great. You get a good amount of space in there. You can clamp things like um, end stops. And if you're using a scissoring type like alligator clips, you know how when you clip on this, it's so easy for these things to go flying off. And if you're, the other nice thing is these are flat jaw with little pieces of tubing on them. So you can hold wire, solder wires up without damaging the wire. Cannot, I cannot give enough praise to these Omni fixes. So what we're going to do is we're going to pop these off one at a time. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to start over here at number 4, get it in place, bring all the wires down, plug it in because we're going 4, 3, 2, 1. So we're just going to be working straight down the line. We don't want to do the ends on this yet because we do need to feed our ends through this little cable trough. Having connectors just makes it a little bit more of a pain in the butt. The other thing we want to look at is how this is going to go in there. And the way it's going to go in there, these pieces will get screwed down into the heat set insert that we have at the bottom here. Let me go to the overhead. So these pieces are going to get screwed down in this orientation. And as you can see, we're going to need to get these wires kind of in the gap, then put our end stop down in there and solder things up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to undo the zip ties here. So we'll have a little bit more play in our wires. It's no big deal. We can add these in again. Make sure you're clipping the zip tie and not the wire. And that'll give us the ability to kind of do our install up here and then slide it down into the trough. But once again, the end stop is going to slide down in there like this. Then we're going to run a M2 by 10 or 8 screw through here, and it's going to screw through the plastic. But the problem is we need to get the other wires down through that gap there as well. So we basically need to take our previous wires, get them in the gap there, take our end stop, slide it down in there, slide it down in there, like so. Get our end stop lined up, and then we'll be able to put in our screws and get our screws done up, and then we'll be able to slide it back down in there. And the hard part's just going to be getting all the holes lined up here between the end stop and everything. I think we want to be coming in from this side because these holes look to be a little bit bigger than the other side. Once again, it's just getting the holes lined up. We'll need our M2 by, I believe these are 10. Take a 10, get up there. Yep, M2 by 10s. Once again, as I do these builds right now, each one, between the first one and this one, it's ever so slightly different in the build process, just because some of the, we're going through some iterative part changes. And chances are when we get to the final version, which will be sometime post 3D Printopia, we'll we'll have an even slightly different, build set up at that point. So we've got this end stop in place around these wires. We're just going to kind of slide things down here, get it in place. And we're going to use an M3x8 to secure it down to the bottom here. There is a bit of adjustment. So these little parts that we're installing on, there is a bit of a slot there. Really, there's very little adjustment because you're coming up against the edge of the um, ECAS fitting. There's not a whole lot of adjustment there. And all we're doing is just going to screw this down, hold it in place. And I try and get the part right up close to the ECAS fitting. And that, for whatever reason, I grab a 10 or an 8. That looks like an 8. I am going to grab a 6. Doesn't need to be that long. And I did reuse a heat set here, so it could just be that the heat set itself, the threads are a little fouled with plastic. Good morning, Pezliz. How are you doing? And once again, the goal is to make sure that you have kind of a right angle here and that you're secured down. You don't need to like really clamp down and try and break anything. And then what's going to happen is this plastic lever just needs to move ever so slightly, and it will when we insert filament, and that will open things up. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to route my wires down through this cable troughing that we've been using and routing all the wires through. I'm going to route them one at a time. One, so it's easier to get them through, and two, because the wire that I am routing through here right now is my common or ground wire. There's a method to my madness. I bring that one through. I will go ahead and put a connector on this, and that will we'll go ahead and crimp the connector and get it on our 3-pin JST connector that we'll use to put it onto the board. And that way I know that I'm wiring it up correctly. And if I seem a little addled right now, bear with me. They are outside pulling more lines for fiber. And they're right across the street in that direction. And I'm just sitting here listening to it in the background. So it's just a bit distracting. Just a little bit more distracting than my neighbor's frickin' rooster. That was a 4. That's the other 3-pin. And the ground pin is right in the middle. The ground goes to common. Okay, now we're going to bring the other one through here. Gonna go. And we can go through here and, add other zip ties and zip tie it down to the whole, cable string that's going across. I'm not going to, I'm just going to leave it in there. Big thing here is just making sure that we get our pins in the right order. And so this is going to be the normally open, uh, well, it's the signal wire. So this is going to go to the named pin and will be at the bottom edge of the board. We know that our connectors are going in with the little locking mechanisms to the left or free. So the center of this is going to be the ground and the signal pin is the bottom. So that's how I'm going to be putting these in the connector. After I crimp it, when I go to install it in the connector, I'm going to make sure it's in the lower portion of the. And so for those of you that are counting, Lopez Liz is, most of us are 19 to 20 days from travel. Again, that's 19 to 20 days from travel, which means you'd be traveling a Thursday or Friday. And 21 days, do some math. Yes, 21 days from, I'm going to skip one of these because that's going to be the last extruder in stock. We'll skip one and we'll put this in. This is going to be, once again, lane 4. We're going to have a little bit of extra cabling here that we're just going to kind of move around and square things away. So this one is now in there, and we can just bring that cable down. We can add a zip tie right there, just to keep all of our cables nice and neat. All ones that I have here, maybe even. These are size, and I can find it. We do have some spots in the 3D print itself that will allow us to run zip ties through print. So this will actually hold these wires to the 3D. Like geodesic or geometric design here. So that's going to hold all of the, do that 3D print design right there. And we can cut this tail off. Hopefully. So one down. Now we're going to grab another one of our pieces here. We're going to grab our number 3 end stop, so the third longest wire legs. Once again, we need to bring our motor wires on the inside, and we'll bring this down. Once again, our common wire, or the lever in this case, right, is going to be done in this orientation. So we're going to have it here with the plunger and the pivot point for the lever on the left. Going to rotate that up. That's how this slides down into this printed part. Get the holes lined up, hopefully. And we'll bring in some M2 by 10 screws and screw this in place. Thank you for the look, Pez Liz. So says she spilled her coffee. That's just the standard line that it uses. She might actually be going to get herself some coffee. 18 days for me. You better start packing. Yeah. Yeah. 21 days to still print. No, no, you do not, Evil Diesel. We're leaving on the Friday. So that'll be at the maximum 20 days to print. We can print the day of travel, but it just means we have to get there, get printers set up, and then we may have a little bit of time to do a small print because remember, the folks over at 3D Printopia shut the power off in the building every night. So when they say that they are shutting power off at 5 p.m., they mean at 5 p.m. When they give you that 5-minute warning, start shutting stuff down. They will not give you another warning. It just goes down. Once again, we're going to figure out which wire is which. This one is our ground wire. So we're just going to bring this through. Find it as it comes through. Comes through. And this will be our ground wire. So we'll go ahead and strip this, get this done, and then we'll bring the other wire through and we'll know that that one's the. And it pays to be a little methodical here. So seriously? Pays to be methodical. And I still need to add my throne link to my Twitch and most likely to my YouTube about page. And part of that throne link would have included the upgrades to the computer, but now that I've made those, it will have some links for camera. And those links will be for some nicer DSLR cameras and a capture card so I can up my video game and be able to like punch in and get some closer shots, especially on this top view. So I guess technically the order of operation should have been we got our triggers built. I should have had the end stops already built and ready to go so that when we installed these, we would be able to immediately wire up the end stops along with the motors, most likely run the power wire over, then started adding the extruders so we could have added those wires in and cable troughed everything at that point. I just didn't have these ready at that moment. And it always happens like that on these builds where it's like, well, I don't have that particular wire ready. Or in this case, I didn't have all the end stops. So we had started building our extruders and I just didn't think about it long term. But we are building out the order of operations still for the build. And that way we'll have a good solid build manual. I'm not sure if we're going to wind up with like a PDF or an online PDF or a Dozuki. That's still being discussed. I will say that I did just book the hotel room yesterday for what was it, the Fairfield Inn in Aberdeen? Or sorry, yeah, Fairfield Inn and Suites in Aberdeen. So if anybody still hasn't done their hotel yet, you might want to get it done. They're filling up fast. Interestingly enough, there's a price difference between the Friday, Saturday, Saturday, Sunday, and then if you're staying Sunday, Monday, the price drops dramatically. Which is what I always do is wind up doing that extra day on Monday. Just give me an extra day to travel and works out better. Okay, so we're going to come through and look through the printed piece here, if I can find where that cable is. There it is. Right way. Make sure that we're not too tight, that we have a little bit of a bend radius there. And we'll zip tie that up. And that'll keep that nice and neat. Keep those wires out of the way. And on to number 2. Number 2 looks like it's going to be a little bit easier because we're going to have more room to work with. I say that and then watch this be one of the more onerous ones. And I do know that this portion here is being changed up. You'll be able to mount your lanes first, and then the respool motors will be a lot easier to take in and out without having to take everything apart. From the looks of it, there's going to be 2 screws down at the bottom that's going to attach the respooler assembly to the lane. They flip it over, take off the bottom, undo those 2 wires, undo those 2 screws, undo a couple of wires, and your whole respooler motor will pop out, which will be nice because as it stands today, you got to do a lot of disassembly. I mean, at the very least, you'll have to disconnect these wires and disconnect the in-stop wires and pull them out, but it will be a little bit easier to work around and work with, so that'll be good. We're just going to line this up. Once again, I'm going to grab an M3x6 just because there's no need to run an 8 here. It's just more of reducing the number of screw requirements in the BOM. That's why we're using the 8s. Okay, and this has happened on one of my previous ones, but the print just split open right there. And it was my own fault. I kind of pushed it. There was some swarf in there. I didn't clean it out, so I just broke that print. I should still be able to clamp that down in place, but I am going to have to reprint one of these. And I'll have to replace it down the road. Let me see if I can get this held in place. It's going to be a delicate balance of snug and holding versus, and that's, yeah, no, I'm going to have to reprint that part. Dang it. Yeah, it was just a poorly printed part. I don't have a spare one, do I? Nope. Okay. Do have the right filament in there. These are red. These shouldn't take that long. Let me get a couple of them set up real fast, get them printing. Figures it always happens like that, doesn't it? Box. In there. It's all good. Plate. Ooh. It's probably going to take longer to warm up than it is to print the parts. So what I will do, pull this back up, we'll undo the end stop, and we'll just switch out for the other printed part, and we'll leave um, the last extruder and trigger and all that good stuff to do at the end. Swapping a piece out. So yeah, we just broke the part right here where you down. So we'll printing 2 more of them, so we should be good to go there. Need to capture those wires. This back in. Rubber M2 by 10. And we're using standard M2 by 10 button heads. We're not using self-tapping screws here. There's no need for self-tapping. These will thread into the plastic, and you just want them snug. You don't want to crank down on them really hard. This down. Get this lined up in place. Oops. Again, an M3x6. You want it to be gentle. To crank for the moon. We're just looking to make sure that we're in a 90-degree angle. Oh. Uh-oh. Missed some. Let me get caught up on chat here. So if you're not pulling prints off the printer the last second before we jump into the car, I have failed. I work best under pressure. That is true. That is true. Nothing last minute rush. There's still time. Exactly. I know people that have literally broken parts, and they wound up taking a printer back to the hotel and printing replacement parts, overnight. So DC Baltimore Way. I'm glad I don't live up there anymore. Yeah. Well, yeah, and everything's always last minute when you're in the military, isn't it? Evil Diesel. Um, had an SSD hard drive crash. Anybody know of a good drive recovery? That for drives that don't show up at all. Wow. Um, yeah. There's plenty of tools out there. It's how much of this do you have and how much time do you have? Okay, so the drive's getting power. It's just not being seen by the system. Um, and have you tried it in a different system to make sure it's not a system thing? Okay, so we've got this. We need to figure out our wires real fast so that we can once again do our wiring and get this one connected. And we're not dead in the water. It just means that we get to work on some other pieces of the puzzle. So we've got that. Let's crimp this on there. Okay. And that goes in the middle. Bring our other wire around, strip it. I was just making a quick mental look not mental, a quick physical look to make sure that all of my end stops that I've been wiring up are wired up to the lower two pins. Because that is what we need to do is ground and a signal pin. We do not want to be going to the 5-volt power at all. If we do that could be bad. Okay, they're more than one. So once we get this wire done, while the print's going, and then we have to wait for it to cool and everything because this is ABS, we'll go ahead and run our power wires over to our Mosfetti, and then we can also build our signal wires. We basically just do some of the other wiring we need to do while we're waiting for those prints to finish. I'll add the zip tie there. Again, we're going to bring this down and just kind of give it a good little bit of service loopage there. And then I'll grab the camera and bring us in a little bit closer to kind of show you how we're doing all of our wirings. Go inside. So once again, we're coming off of our end stop, coming down. We've got our motor wire coming across. We've got our end stop for our extruder coming across. We added a zip tie right here that's going through the plastic. The plastic has little, there's an entire line down through here that has openings on both sides so that you can do some good zip tying around here. You can actually like zip tie it along this way. You can bring it down and zip tie it all the way across the bottom underneath. You know, there's various ways that you can run them. I find running them straight through the trough works best. Because that way I can lift this up and not have to worry about any of the other wiring. We're going to have plenty of extra here. This will all get kind of pulled up under that trough of this final motor, and it's just going to be shoved up here underneath our connectors. But you'll see that all of our connectors here, everything, the top row is blank until we get down here where we get to the RGB. The RGB has all three. Everything else, the top row is blank. This gap and this gap will be for this final extruder rows. So we'll have the extruder end stop up here, the trigger end stop here, motor of course goes up here. And what we're going to do is we're going to come off of this frontmost connector here with 5-volt and ground, and we're going to create the connector for the Mosfetti power. Then our fan, we can literally bring all the way up here to this front connector. And then we're going to use these two. We're going to use the bottom signal pin of these two. And we're going to use the ground and the other two signal pins out of this horizontal connector. And that's going to be the signal for our respooler motors. That's kind of how we're setting that up. Pre-orders are now open for the AFC light board. Okay. Cool. Of course, you go on pre-orders when I'm actually sitting here on stream and can't order them. So for now, I'm just going to leave this other one here. Set this off to the side. We're going to create the power for our Mosfetti, and then I'll redo all the zip ties up here and make everything pretty. For the power, we're going to use some 20 gauge cabling. So I've got some, you know what, yeah, this is 20 gauge. I had to order some 20 gauge because there wasn't any Lineo 20 gauge at KB3D when I was doing the black box build. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this kind of down right to the connector. I'm going to bring it up along our railing here and then back down. And that's going to give me the length that I want to work with here with my black wire. And then that will allow me to unspool and get my red wire distance figured out. And once again, we're going to use 20 gauge here. There's no need for 18 gauge or 16 gauge. This is literally 5 volts. We could honestly probably get away with 24 gauge wiring here, but I'm just going to err on the side of caution here and go with a full 20 gauge. No sense in not and running into problems. So it doesn't really matter which side you work on first. I'm going to work on the JST side just because I have that stuff out here already. And just remember that we've been doing a lot of 24 gauge and now we're going to 20 gauge. So use the right spot on your stripper when you strip the wires. We're going to do the one side and then we'll do the other side in a minute because I need to go grab my, or right back here. We'll have to switch over to our ferrules to do the ferrule side. Hey, Thunder Keys. Does Rob have a couple that he may be bringing to the show for us? Do you know, or is it all just pre-order before he does a batch from like PCB Way or JLPCB? I'm basically asking if I can pick up a board from Rob at the show in a couple of weeks. Okay, so this is my red wire. Whoops, let me flip up. So this is my red 20 gauge wire that I just did. So knowing that we have been doing the middle is ground and the bottom is the signal, I just need to put this in the top. Physics Tech is doing the boards. Okay. Don't think they'll be for sale just for them. I was just asking if he might have a couple of boards for us beta testers that we might be able to pick up from the show. Depends on whether it'll be there in time. Gotcha. I mean, I'm going to go ahead and order. I've got two more Big Tree Tech MMBs on the way. But I'd just like to get my hands on one of the purpose-built boards. Like on my trad rack, I picked up one of the Constellation boards, but I need to rebuild my trad rack with the latest files because mine was built originally under their closed beta. And now that they're in release, I need to use their latest files. I'm going to rebuild it with fewer lanes and then get that added to the K3. But that uses their Constellation board specific, I'm using their board for their trad rack. So, and once again, this is my black wire, which is always going to be ground, which is always going to be center except for the RGB. And Now that I've got that end done, right, we've got our JST done, I am going to go ahead and connect that in. And once again, we're going into the port that's basically out of alignment just above the mounting hole here. And I will bring this in around. We will do the termination on these, and then we'll get it properly routed. These are going to be ferrules, so we can strip off a little bit more of the end here. And then deal with it not. The thing I hate with FEP wire is if you don't get it stripped cleanly, it stretches the FEP tube or the FEP insulation, and then it basically doesn't, you're not getting a good wire strip anymore because you're fighting trying to get the rest of the darn insulation off. First world printer build blows. By the way, welcome on in, MG Longshot. Move some of these other parts over here. Basically move them back in the way of where I had them before so I can get to my ferrules. We use our 20 gauge, which will be our gray ones. And so far, knock on wood, I have yet to have knocked over my ferrules. At least if I do the screws or something, there's, easier ways of sorting screws. You knock over your ferrules, it just sucks. Especially if you're on hardwood, they're going to go everywhere. If you're on carpet, they may not go as far, but trying to dig them out of the carpet is going to be fun. And as we noted before, we are going to clip off the first, I'll say leg or segment of the ferrule just so we can get it fully seated in the screw down terminal. Make sure when you go to cut it that you put your finger over the end there so that that little tip doesn't go flying off. Then make sure when you're putting it in your garbage can, if you're like me and you have a power strip sitting across the top of the garbage can, that you also don't just turn around and flick it, because you don't want to throw a little metal shard into an exposed outlet, because that would be bad. Okay, and this particular one, the power is towards the front and the ground is towards me. This might be a little difficult to get the screwdriver in there. I'm going to need the flathead again. All right. One thing with these little tiny screw down terminals is just trying to get your screwdriver in the screws so that you can loosen or tighten them. Doesn't help when you've got a pin stop sort of in. I think okay. And we've got power is the first one over there, so and of course now I'm realizing I'm using the 20s, which are a little bit bigger than the 22s. So you may have to give a little bit of an extra little crimp, make them small enough to get in there. Don't worry, it's all good. We just made sure that we've got a nice good crimp. I say that, and then I'm just sitting here frustrated. So, when all else fails, just take the board off. Why force yourself to work in a small, constrained space? You don't have to. Sure. No need to. There we go. Okay. So we're trying to get into this little spot here. Make sure that we are fully opened up. Appear to be fully opened. Work with our power first. Down in the appropriate way. You hear me start to use four-letter words, I apologize. In there you look. It's starting to. It's just a tight fit for a 20 gauge. There we go. Boom. What a pain. Here you're tightened down. And once again, I am kind of routing these around behind all the other wires. How they will go in there. I'll go ahead and give this a good wrench. 101. Actually, see if I can get the 22 gauge ferrules on here, because my 20 gauge ferrules are wanting to argue with me. No. Loosened all the way. All the way. Brendan, you going? Oh, come on. You got one in. I want you to. Of course, it's probably such a tight fit that it needs to be in there in like a specific orientation. And it's probably the one where I've got the way I've got it crimped is it's against the way that the wire itself is bending. So it's going to fight me. And of course, chances are if I went bare wire, this wouldn't be this much of a pain in the butt. But bare wire is not the best either. All right, I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to try and use the smaller size ferrules. Hopefully I'll be able to get a 22 gauge ferrule over it. That should give me the ability to get in there a lot easier since it's used everywhere else. And that did go on, so. Probably just me fighting for no reason. Give me 1 second, folks. I need to turn the AC down some. Got hot in here all of a sudden. Apparently fighting ferals. Hey, shenanigans, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. We are continuing our journey on the box turtle. Fighting with ferals at the moment because, you know, ferals are better than bare wire going into screw down terminals. And I apparently just like to frustrate myself sometimes with trying to get connectors to go in. And this this screw down terminal has been fully opened up. I'll be damned if it seems like it is. Dude, work with me. There we go, finally. Okay. That was utterly painful. Now we'll just get our hammerhead nut back on there. Board back in there. And hopefully these hammerhead T-nuts play nicely. That one didn't feel like it, but maybe. It did. Okay, so we're good there. So how you been doing, shenanigans? Hopefully you're doing well. We're going to go ahead and throw a few zip ties in here. Zip tie our wiring back up. Now that we've added in our power going to the Mosfetti board. And once again, the zip tie connectors that I'm using are the ones that I've used for my Trident builds for wiring cable management on Tridents. So if you're interested, that's where these came from. And let me move this over a little bit more. This one over a little bit more. This one I know won't work there, but it will work. Bring over here. Okay. So some of my wires here are a little bit shorter than I would have liked, but it is what it is. Still workable, it's doable. Just make sure that our wires are nice and routed, clean. Make sure when we're cutting our cable ties that we're cutting the cable tie and not a wire, because at this stage that would just really suck. We're getting close. Just a wire there. And this is just allowing us to keep all our wiring nice and neat and out of the way. And the plan is going to be to have a couple of wiring loops just for maintenance. That wiring is going to be kept up and out of the way over here. What's next? We need to plug in power for our fan. Now, the one thing that we can do is just literally take this connector off and take the pins out, redo it in a different connector, plug it in at the very front one of the bottom row, which isn't taken up by anything. And it's not going to have a signal pin, which is fine. We just need power and ground, and that will turn this into an always on fan. What I did on my first one was I just piped it into a positive and negative up here on one of the other pins that we're going to bring around for the Mosfetti. And that works too. It's just a matter of, do you want to cut, recrimp, do things like that? Or do you just want to, I'll say, be lazy like I'm about to be? It just needs a 5-volt and a ground to run the fan. Always on is perfectly fine. Trying to set it up to do a thermostatically controlled based on temperature of the board would be if you wanted to take, you would take the ground to a pin, and then you would have to set it up as a thermostatically controlled fan like we did on, the standard main board. Need another 3-pin connector. And ground is in the middle, always in the middle. Power is going to be at the top. That'll go there. I'm going to take this, I'm going to route it just underneath everything here. So I can kind of keep it down and out of the way. And we'll just loop it back and go into that first connector. Be easier said than done. And that will make that an always on 5-volt fan, which is perfectly fine for this scenario. Perfectly fine for this scenario. We got a couple of prints done. Where are we at on? The nice thing with having so many printers is if you bork something during a printer build, you can always add one. Where did you get your Mosfetti trigger board? So the board that I'm using here is a Mosfetti. I believe I got it off of, you can check Adafruit or PieShop. Yeah, it's pieshop.us. I believe it's an Adafruit board, but it's the Mosfetti. No, it's not an Adafruit board, but it is a Mosfetti. It's a Monk Makes, Monkmakes, and it's a Mosfetti, Mosfetti. And let me yeah, you can get it directly off of Monk Makes or Adafruit. We grab this and whoop. There we go. No affiliate links, just straight to the product. This is off of Adafruit. You can also go directly off of Monk Makes website, I think. Not sure if he does sales here or if he just talks about the board. Nope. But here it has a list of various places around the world where you can go and get the board where it's stocked. So it's a Monk Makes Mosfetti. If not, then the other thing that you're going to be able to do is add trigger boards, and I would add one like right near each lane. But you need 5-volt ground and a signal to each one, which means you're pretty much using a lot of your ground. You would have to use 2 at the top and then these 2 at the bottom to have the 5-volt, the ground, and the signal. It's just how you want to pin it out. Here I'm bringing 5-volt and ground as a common into this board, and then I'm just bringing signals over to it, and then everything's going into one board versus having 4 different boards. There was 2 different boards that were suggested. You see what I did with them. Because I ordered both of them, and then somebody showed up with the somebody mentioned the Mosfetti, and I was like, ooh, all-in-one solution, so much better. These. This is one type. Oh, here's the other type. So the other types of boards that were being banted about were I can get it to come out of there. This is two. This is just two boards still stuck together. You can snap them apart or leave them there. But once again, you have, actually you would have to snap them apart to use them. So you would have your ground and trigger pins down here. So this would be your lines coming in. And then you would have voltage in and voltage out. So wiring's a little more cumbersome with this. Same thing with the other boards that were being suggested, and these are a little bit bigger boards. So once again, you've got an arrow showing the direction. So power in, power out. This would be the connection to your motor. This would be your 5-volt and ground coming in, 5-volt and ground coming in, 5-volt and ground going out to your motor. And then you would have a pin here, which you would bring in your signal and ground. Yeah, so this would be your trigger pin. Then this would be your actual 5-volt and stuff coming out. These can handle a lot more than 5-volt, by the way. So, double check. But the thing is our motors, we're not running them at crazy voltage. We're only running them. They're 5-volt. Actually, I think they were 6-volt motors. But we're running them at 5 volts. So the Mosfetti, I think, is just a more elegant solution because it's an all-in-one board. So I kind of like that a little bit better. So these parts are done. So we can go ahead and do our final end stop and add the trigger here. We'll do the last extruder in a moment, and then we'll wire up and create our wiring loom for the Mosfetti. This, and I need this. These wires get looped in there. This here. Here. And I should have left these wires loose, but happens. What do I do with my? What do I do with the screwdriver? There it is. All right, flathead comes out, and I don't think we're going to need that anymore. How's it going, Daddy Wazzy? Welcome on in. My apologies for not saying anything earlier. We are working on the Fox Turtle, which is basically an open source AMS unit. And we're adding our last, I'll say, trigger is it's the trigger end stop for the ingress. Basically what this is going to do is say I'm trying to load filament, and based on that it's going to start moving the extruder motor. And what you'll have to do is push the filament down towards the extruder, and once the extruder grabs the filament, it will, so you're going to push the filament through the PTFE tube, through this PTFE tube, and into the extruder gears. Once the extruder grabs it, it'll push it forward. It will trigger the end stop that's right here, saying I'm loaded past the extruder gears, and now the lane's loaded. Then the next operation would load it from the lane here through the hub to the tool head. That's why it's critical that you have a tool head sensor as well. I put this down here with a M3 by 8, or in my case, an M3 by 6. Making sure that it keeps that nice 90-degree angle. And we'll need to find those two wires again. Which one's the lower one? It's this one. This is going to be our common or ground. So, Daddy Wazzy, you're going to be at 3D Printopia, correct? I think that's where or no, I saw you at Remurf for the first time. Are you going to make it out to 3D Printopia this year? You will? Awesome. Awesome. And Teslas, Austin, anybody that's out here that's going that has a table, did they finalize the map yet? I know they sent it out to some of us, but it wasn't a final version of the map yet. I know my table is very close to where I was the last time. So I was in one of the corners the last time. So the food court and the main entrance is over here, right? You've got the main floor. There's the kind of the concession area and the main entrance right here. There's a corner here and there's a corner here. I was in this corner last year. I'm going to be along this short wall this year. So, or at least as of the last one that I saw, that's where it'll be. And of course, we're going to have box turtles at DLL PDF. KB3D, Fabrico, and West 3D are kind of right here. DLL PDF. Trying to remember the way things were, and I think I stripped a little bit too much off. If you get too much stripped off on these wires, it will interfere with plugging it in. So if you cut or if you strip a little bit too much, don't be afraid to take just a little tip off to reduce the amount that you're getting in here. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing people again that I haven't seen at other shows. I know like Fader with 3D Print SOS YouTube channel will be there. I know Manic really was there last year, but with him moving all the way across to the Pacific Northwest, I can't remember if he said he's getting sponsored and going or not. There's going to be a lot of people there, that's for sure. that in there. We bring this down and go into the gap right there between that and the RGBs. The ergobos. I have to. This is where, as you start putting these things together, you might have to rethink some things and redo some decisions. So in this case, I had ran my RGBs underneath everything, but in doing so, because it uses 3 pins to connect, it kind of fouls with um, the next socket, which would be the one I'm trying to plug in right now. So I'm going to move all that out. I'm going to push this stuff back down. Once again, there's a little bit of room that we can tuck it right up underneath the board. I'll plug this one in. And then I'm going to bring my ergobuzz and come in straight across the top like that. So when I go to bring my last extruder, I need to bring my motor wires kind of up in this corner here behind the ergobuzz and the power connector over here. And then we can bring that motor wire up. The end stop's going to go right in this gap. And then we'll tuck this one nicely down there. And we'll still have our good airflow for everything coming in that way. So now that we got that done, let's go through and do kind of our weird plug for our long JST here. Now we need 5 cables. We need to know which order they're going in so that we get them in the right place. Hey Zombie, how's it going? Welcome on in, my friend. And looking at the Mosfetti board, it's going to be signal A, B, C, D, and then a ground wire. Okay, A, B, C, D, and ground. And what I did before was I basically took one of the motor wires that I had a long enough length of, like it's going to be the one from doing this last extruder, and I used the 4 wires out of there. So you had red, blue, green, and black, which I use for ground, and then we'll run another cable of some color. Oh wait, I've got orange. So other than the fact that I'll have a red in there, which is not going to be power, it's going to literally be a signal wire. I just don't have 4 colors that aren't. Ooh, well, maybe. Hold on a second. Do I have 4 colors that aren't red? Let me rethink that statement real fast. 18 gauge silicone. At some point, I'm going to just hemorrhage a bunch of this wire. 24 gauge FEP wire. What do I have in here? Yellow, red, green, blue, and black. This might be doable. I might be able to use all of this. Of course, we're going to have red, green, and blue in that cable, black in that cable. So it's just really, do I have enough of the yellow that I can run for the last connector, which from the looks of it, I should, because we're just going basically a loop around. So what I'm going to do, I don't necessarily want to put this in place because it's going to block my connectors. I just need to kind of see how much of this motor wire I'm going to use. The answer is going to be not a lot. But we will be able to use a good portion of this motor wire to do the, I'm going to bring this in. Good right there as far as what we cut. that motor wire. And now I've got 4 wires. If we plugged in there, come up, loop around. Are we going to make it? Yep, that's going to make it. And I'll be able to do my wires down here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull these wires out and I will redo them in the appropriate order for a 5-pin connector. And then we'll cut and add our yellow to this. And that'll be our bundle for our Mosfetti. So I'm going to depen this, but I might as well grab, do I have a 5-way? Not in there. It's just 4s. Ooh, this is looking promising. It is a 5-way. Fingers down here. Once again, big hands trying to get into a small. EU lineup. Good. Yes. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to unplug from one connector and plug into the next, knowing that my black, or in this, which will be ground, is going on the side of the connector closest to me. The rest of the wires really doesn't matter the order. It'll just be whatever order we want. And we have to adjust for it on this end. Once again, these are all signal wires, so they do not have to be anything big and major. 24 gauge, 26 gauge, doesn't matter. All that matters is that we match the order when we figure out our pin out on the other side. The zombie, I know I've asked before, and for the life of me, I can't remember the answer. How goes the build out, and are you planning on starting Black Box before or after 3D Printopia? Because I know part of it was waiting on the build out to finish, and then part of it was going to be, just timing wise, because I'm sure you probably got a ton of other stuff to get done in the process. So there's our length. We're going to know in what order things are coming from point A to point B. We're going to need to include another wire of some color. We're going to use our yellow wire here. And we just need to get the same length going. Which, quite honestly, I'm just going to plug it in and then we'll figure out the length. I'll cut it to the same length. Maybe go a little bit further, longer. That. these. Once again, reduce, reuse, recycle. So reduce what we use, reuse what we can, which is what we're doing here, and then recycle what we can't. But recycle should always be the last option. It's the most costly, the least efficient. So I'm going to make all of these the same length, roughly. Give that a cut. There we go. And our first 3 wires, well, darn it, that was good. What'd you do today? Well, I let go of the wire spool and unspooled the whole thing. Luckily, it wasn't as much. All right, put this up. Set this aside for now. We'll have to do that crimping later, but I want to do this while I still have easier access to everything. Then we'll crimp those wires, we'll get it plugged in, and then we'll slide that into place. And what I'm going to do is just look at my wires here. I'm going to need the ground and my first 2 wires. And we're going to take a look at our Big Tree Tech pinout. We go ahead and pull that up. Go browser window. There we go. So what we're going to be connecting into is this leftmost pin out here that is in a horizontal configuration. And we've got 2 pins and then the ground. What I'm going to need to do is, because I know that this goes motor 1, 2, 3, 4, and then ground, what I'd really like to do is follow the same pattern, which would be left to right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Because remember, all of our end stops have been starting off here at the RGB socket, and it's been the triggers up at our front motors for lane 1, lane 2, lane 3, lane 4. And then we've got the extruder end stops, lane 1, lane 2, lane 3, lane 4. Then our hub. Then we've got the power plug-in for our fan. And then this last one up here that's staggered up is the power that we pulled over to the Mosfetti. So what would normally be the sensor, which is right next to the sensor, which would be the servo, which is right next to the RGB, that would be, or no, I take it back. This would be the encoder, actually. That would be lane 4, which in this case would be the red. The green, the green would be motor C, which would be lane 3, which is the motor pinout, which would be the actual servo motor. So then we'd have ground, lanes 2 and lanes 1, which would be the blue and then the yellow. So what we're going to do is basically create the opposite ends for each of these. So the red and the green are going to have single pin, well, the lowest connector in a 3-pin connector is going to be these two. So I'm going to strip these off. Really, seriously. Really, it doesn't matter in which order you do it. If you wanted to, because of the way your wire's going, you could order these backwards and go 4, 3, 2, 1. It really doesn't matter. 4, 3, 2, 1 might just be a little bit cleaner with the way the wiring's set up here. So maybe we'll do that. I've just been liking the commonality, but maybe we'll just say at um, the RGB is where we 1, 2, 3, 4, then 1, 2, 3, 4. So regardless, I think that's what we're going to do. I think that's what we're going to do. So 1 will be the yellow, greenish yellow, mustardy yellow, whatever. I'm going to need a way. That is a 4-way JST. So I've got 4-way. I'm going to need 2 3-way JSTs. Huh. I don't have any more white ones, or do I? What size is it? Small ones. Kind of want to stick with the white connectors just because they're easier to see. Black connectors on a black board on a black thing, it just makes it easier or harder to see. So I'm going to try and stick with my white connectors. Pins ready. So the yellow one is the one that's going to be motor A, which is lane 1. Yeah, I try and keep, whenever I shorten motor wires, I keep those wires. They're 24 or 26 gauge wire normally, and they're just good for various projects, right? So in this case, we're going to do the signal pin and only the signal pin, which is will be the bottom one of the connector. And once again, this gets plugged in at I'll say the next area in the row. So this is going to be EA1 will be the first motor. The second motor is going to be our blue cable here. And we're going to do basically the same thing. It's going to be a single pin connector. Strip the in. And we're going to do the same thing, single pin connector, and this is going to be the PA0. Also go into another 3-pin connector at the bottom. Plug that into motor connector. Now, our next connector is going to be a little different. Our third motor is going to be our green wire. I've already stripped off. Okay, so looking at our connector, it's going to be PB3, which is the, I guess, going from the front to the back, it's going to be the third one. Our next wire is the red wire. And this will be PB4. This will be the wire closest to me. And then our final wire is the black wire, which is going to be ground. And this one will go into the second pin of, well, I guess from the front coming back. So going to go in there. Alrighty. We'll get that plugged in. Now there is a connector there with bare wires. That's your I2C connector. You can't use that. So don't worry about that. We're going to take our wires here. And what I'm going to do is plug it into the Mosfetti. So get our 5-pin connector connected in here. Let me bring you around and show you. And camera went on. There we go. There's our 5-pin into the Mosfetti. So yellow is motor 1, blue is motor 2, then green, then red, and then the black is the ground. Okay. Now we're just going to bring that up and run it through our cable ties all the way around, and we've got it plugged into the board. So we're just going to clean up our wiring as we work our way around. We'll need some more zip ties. And then we've got one more thing to do, which is the last extruder. Bring this up. And we don't want it to be really tight here, but we want it to be, we don't want a lot of slack. We do want a little bit of working room here. I'm going to kind of keep it right along the edge of the extruder motor there. It's out of the way. It's not going to be in the way of anything. Make it tight. Trim that wire, or trim the cable tie. Now we can go through and kind of make our cable tie a little bit tighter. I'll leave that just a little bit baggy for now because I want to see if I need to round that corner off any, or if I need to make it sharp turn in there to take up some slack. We'll see. We're just gonna get these little snug. Thank you for the follow, Archer. Welcome to the club here. Welcome to the club. So we are building our box turtle. This is the second one I've built. I've already got one downstairs that I'm doing some testing on. And this one, I'll say my wiring is a little bit nicer on. A little less slack here and there. And I probably should have plugged that side in and then came over here and realized how much extra I may have to play with. But we're going to bring this down kind of like that. Bring this, put it in there. I like to have a little bit of room for any type of maintenance or anything like that. Service loops, you get it too tight, in some cases, it's more of a detriment than a help. I'll try and just bring this a little tighter into the corner there. And I can start making these tighter. Trim these up, once again, making sure you're getting the cable tie and that you're not cutting any wires along the way. And this last set here, it's going to, what's going to happen is when I bring my CAN bus cable in, right, I'm going to take these wires, kind of just push them down here into the back and underneath like that. And my CAN bus cable is going to come straight through the back here, right? And plug into the board right here. So it will actually hold these cables down and out of the way. And that way we'll have, good airflow, good cable management, and all that goodness. I'm going to go ahead and get these cables done up and crimped and ready to be connected. And we'll just follow the same color pattern there. And the wires on this side, I do this. So this is my common, so strip that one first. Do I have a multi-filament device on my 0G? I do not at this moment. I do not at this moment. Now, does that mean that I won't have one soon? Definitely not. I am liking the box turtle design. The software is getting fleshed out. I do want to say the software is not as feature rich yet as, say, Happy Hair, but then again, it hasn't been worked on as long as Happy Hair has either. And Happy Hair has more developers working on it. So don't take that as a slight. It's just they're growing functionality and we're growing capability in in this particular setup every day. They're adding more and more stuff based on our feedback and okay, now we have time to work on X. Let's work on X and get that functionality in there. Thought I had no, I guess not. Need one more three-way for that one. Looks like I'm gonna have a seat for now. Work on this last. I do have a tread rack I need to rebuild. It is not going to be nearly as big as it currently is as far as number of lanes. But that's going to go over on the Annex Engineering K3. And then I've got, this is the second box turtle. I'll probably order parts relatively soon for additional box turtles. I kind of like this setup. 4 colors is pretty good. There is going to be options that will allow you to run like multiple box turtles into a single system. I want to say we were conversing on the last stream about how you would set up, like, I've got a black box. It's a 5-head tool changer. Well, what if I set up a box turtle on each head? So now I could have access to 20 colors between 5 heads, each with 4 color options. Right? That would be pretty wild. But on the 0G, I don't have anything, but Box Turtle will work with anything that runs Clipper. My 0Gs are running Clipper. Hence, I could put a Box Turtle on there. I don't have a filament cutter on my 0G, so it would be running like standard tip forming, standard MMU style tip forming. But there's nothing wrong with that. It works just fine. All right, I'm just trying to figure out my wiring here. I know you've been working on something, right? Your filament dryer um, changer. Working on a cutter for the 0G. See, the 0G I really like. Like there's some really there's some cool things, tool heads out there. Like I was looking at the Zoll, which now has there's a Zoll Metrics, I think it is. So the new Zoll tool head with a filament cutter at the tool head. There's, I've seen tube designs that'll work with like the rat rig, but the rat rig belt pathing is different than the 0G. So I got to get with Poity because I think Poity or maybe Turtle Crawler has been working on a tube for a 0G. Because if I can get a tube to work on 0G, I could put the tube on the 0G downstairs, which is the one that has the is built on the Ender 5 Plus. So it's the larger build volume size. And that would really play well with tube and doing helmets and stuff. So I'm itching to figure out what I want to put my tube on, and I've got a mount to put tube on the Annex Engineering K3. I've got a mount, the Calamity mount, that'll work on like a Voron belt path, but I will lose some X travel going that route. Um, and there's another tool head that'll work with the Vorons, but it will lose some Y travel unless you're running like a Doom Cube or like Ramalama idlers or Beefy idlers. So I might have to change the idlers up to run it over there on one of the Vorons. And of course, the tube, either one of the tubes will work with the filametrics. So I'd have to use like a hub cutter or just go with tip forming, which again is fine. Basically what you do with a MMU. Yeah, there are options. But yeah, seeing as how there is a rat rig mount for tube, I was like, ooh, that would be great. Once again, tube on a 300 size though, I think I mean, obviously works, but putting a tube on a 300 or something smaller, at that point, I think you're just trying to go for speed versus uh, large amounts of extruded filament or larger prints. Like, I think tube would really excel in a, like on an Orange Sword Giga or something like that, where, or a 350, 400, 500 size printer where you're going to be using a larger nozzle and trying to put out a lot more plastic. Okay, so this is now wired up and ready to go in. We just double check everything. Got this hub wired, we got that hub wired, we got all that in there. We just had these last two wires to go. And then we'll be into doing some software. Now, here's something else to think of, right? Once again, I've already got the software installed on this Big Tree Tech board. It came off of the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder that was on the Trident 350 downstairs that now has a box turtle on it, right? The reason I'm saying that, because this board's physically installed, there's two things you can do. One, before you install the board and start doing all the wiring, put your catapult and clipper on here if you're going to do CAN bus. If you're going to do USB, then realize you're still going to have to bring power into the CAN bus connector, and then you're still going to bring your USB cable in. So you're still going to have the XT30x2 connector, and then your USB cable in here. When you go to configure this on the bench, you're going to have a jumper, and that jumper is going to be configured on the jumper pins behind your USB connector, because that's what's going to say I'm running off 5-volt power off the USB. You'll flash it with Catapult. You're going to do or if you're going to do USB connection only, you just you run it rather than installing Catapult, you just install Clipper and you're done, right? If you're going to run CAN bus, which is how this is configured, you'll put your jumper on the 5-volt, you'll install Catapult on here, so you're going to stop, power things down, move your jumper over to the other 2 pins on here and jumper it for a 120 ohm resistor. Now you'll cable up your CAN bus connector, and you'll power it via the 24-volt CAN bus connector and get everything connected in, and you'll load Clipper via Catapult. Okay, and that's how you'll do all your updates from that point on. The reason I say that, your boot and reset pins are underneath or right next to, here, let me go full display. Your boot and reset pins are right here. So the way that they're configured on here, they're pointing down. Trying to push these 2 in and get into DFU mode is a pain in the ass. Having to do that with an extruder here, it's not happening, right? So do your firmware on your board on the bench before you even install it. I didn't go through that because it's already on here and I didn't need to do it for this particular build. But you would want to flash your firmware on here as how you're going to use it before you mount it and start doing all your wiring. Otherwise, it's most likely going to be the easiest is to dismount, leave that extruder out, dismount the board so that you can put it down flat and get to those pin or the reset and boot buttons very easily. Okay. Once again, this is already installed with CAN bus Catapult or CAN boot and Clipper. So all I need to do is connect in my CAN bus cable, and what do I have? I've got a couple of them, which is good. Got a couple of these cables on hand, because the other thing is you're not going to be able to get this connector, your XT30x2 connector here is not going to fit through here without taking this rail back off and popping that piece out, right? That print and place support. However, since the other side of my cable still has the, just a JST and the 2 bare wires there, I can slide this from the inside out, just like that. Now I can take my XT30 2x2 or XT30x2 and plug it into the port here on the MMB. I can get it lined up. And once again, you'll see how now that I've got that in there, it's going to hold these wires kind of out of the way. And what I will do is I will cut this to length or to a length. And I'm going to put a 4-way microfit 3 connector on it. God, sometimes English is very, very hard. I'm going to put a four horizontal, 4 across XT30 connector on there. You're going to say, well, why are you going to do that? Well, I'm going to do that because on the Trident 350, I found a part that will mount a 4-pin XT, or excuse me, microfit connector through these. So it slides in, and then you'll have a piece that connects onto the back and locks in an XT, a microfit 4-way connector into one of these. So what I have one of those on the back of the Trident. What that will allow me to do is when I go to transport this to a show or whatever, I can physically disconnect it and run, just pack this separately from the printer, so I don't have a big box, and I don't have to deal with popping the bottom and taking the connector out and all that good stuff. So there we have that wire. Oh, I guess I probably need to do this add the last extruder in there before I go and start doing the 4 corners here. We'll need that. So once again, we'll need to add our last extruder in here. We're going to loop our wire underneath that trough. We're going to go ahead and plug this one in because this is the one that's going to get blocked as soon as we put the extruder on there. Over that one goes. Stop twisting on. So how's it going, Aaron? Have you had any new projects lately? Or what have you been working on? Here we go. So that's plugged in. We're going to make sure that our wire here goes under in that trough. And we want to route this over here into the corner. So we're going to go behind these, behind that, right? Behind this, behind that, behind there. So it follows with the rest of them. There we go. Now we're going to take all of these other wires here. We're just going to line everything up in the trough. And I'm just going to slide this over until it lines up with the holes. We're going to put some M3x8s in. Were you working on a rat rig build for Hector? I want to say you were, and I think it was a 500 size. And if you were, good luck, because I know how heavy my 300 is. Now that I've got the bench for it, I'm going to have to wait until Evil Diesel can come over and help me pick that beast up and put it on the bench, because, yeah. Well, we can't play that by himself no more. Too many hernias. Okay, and we're just going to bring our last wire around here and plug that in there. Kind of loop these over here together. Now you could, if you really wanted to, throw a zip tie here to zip tie all of these motor wires together. The problem is that means that's one more zip tie you're going to have to cut every single time. If it's getting in the way, fine. I don't think it's going to get in the way. The other thing we need to do while we're underneath here is, well, we need some PTFE tubing. What's up, Rem Online? Yes, the Rat Rig 500. If you got like a roll up door, if you're in a like a garage or a shed or something like that, then you can easily get it in and out. If not, um, yeah, good luck. I have some spare tubing here. This tubing, I believe, is 2.5 internal diameter. It's not the 3. Um, so it's got some thickness. Whoops, some thickness to it. If you try and run 3 millimeter diameter tubing here, you will kink it. Okay, you will kink it. I know this because I kinked the crap out of mine. And then went through and replaced it with this when I found it. I think this is leftover tubing from my MMU2 or MMU3 kit. So, 2 mil, you want to run less restrictive up until you get to your extruder. But once you get to this extruder, between this extruder and your tool head, actually, I'm going to say because of the bending in here, use a 2.5. Don't go with 2 because that may be too restrictive. Go 2.5. If you go 3 inside diameter, 4 outside diameter, you're going to get kinks. It's just, you're not going to be able to get around it. And what we're going to do is we're going to put this in and we're going to create our bends to our extruders. Then we need to cut these to size. These are going to be the same length, but these are going to be slightly different. So what I'm going to do is push that one in there, kind of bend it down, figure out where I'm going to need to cut this at, and I'll cut it. Don't like these cutters as much, but they work. Now, yeah, that was going to work. I can use this to cut 3 more lengths, and that will give me the same length for all 3, or for all 4 lanes. Okay, so now I have 4 lengths of tubing. You can, and I would say probably should, chamfer both sides of this. Doesn't need to be a lot, just a little bit. You want to make your life as easy as possible for getting your filament in and out. If you're using a cutter, realize that your cutter is going to leave a straight edge, and straight edges like to catch on anything and everything. If you're using a, just doing tip forming, then realize that your tip forming is going to leave a slightly bulbous end on your filament, depending on how well you have your tip forming to. Okay? And what do I mean by slightly bulbous end? Still have it on here. No, this one broke off. Um, you take a piece of filament and run it through here just to make sure that you don't have any PTFE that's stuck down in there. And you're just going to stick one end in, bend it over, kind of work it without kinking it, and get the other end in. You do have the, you can put the collet clips in here. I have not put the collet clips on any of mine yet. I don't think with the shortness of these tubes and how much we're working with here, I don't think we're going to have an issue with these tubes popping out of the collet clips, or popping out of the ECAS fittings. So yes, this is an open source AMS called a Box Turtle by Armored Turtle. I guess I should probably measure this out. I don't know if anybody's ever measured them out yet. About 75 mil. Okay, so we've got the first 4 parts of our lanes in. The next piece is going to be coming back through here. And once again, these are probably going to be, look and feel individual runs. So lane 2 is going to go from there to here. And I actually cut that one too short. Darn it. We'll work over here. So too short, but this could be used on a hot end. So just because you snap one of these too short, do not worry about it. You can always use it on a hot end. But like almost anything, you'd much rather it be a little bit longer than needed because you can cut it shorter. This is a little bit longer. And to make sure that your bends are going to be good, you can put some filament in here and run filament through it. That way you know that it's not going to collapse your tube as easily. The sides here are going to be a lot easier to do. You're just trying to make sure that you get a gentle bend. Okay. And once again, I'm going to pop these out now that I know that that's good, and do a little bit of a chamfer on them. And once again, this is like 2.5 millimeter inside diameter tubing for these. Um, One of the other things that you'll want to do when you go to connect this to your printer, know the length of the tube that you are cutting from your hub to your printer. It can be extra long, it can be short, it doesn't matter, but know that length. Trust me, because you're going to want to add that in as part of your config. So knowing that length is going to be very good. And then you'll have to also gauge the length from your printer into the tool head. So I don't think anybody has done a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle theme one yet. But I will tell you that your serial print will be a multicolored turtle logo. Okay, so there's our PTFE tubing into the box. I know that's not going to be long enough to go to my printer, I don't think. But like all of my printers, they have a line that comes up, goes through the back and around to the side to uh, the spool holder mount. So the good news is I can use those and I can just use it as a bypass, take it out and do a bypass, or pull that out and go right into the box turtle. So there we are there. We'll put that over there, that over there. So box turtle underside is done. This wire's kind of kicking over a bit, so I may throw a zip tie right here just to hold it out. I know I was talking about probably not a wise idea to do that, but I'm going to do it. What the hell? It's just one more um, wire tie to cut down the road if I need to do any maintenance. And once again, there would be a plate that goes on the bottom and covers things up. It is designed to have holes so that you can get in and adjust the tensioners without having to take everything off. But now we're going to start working on our corner pieces here. And I think we're going to start with just assembling some things at the bottom. And we're going to need our M3x8s. That over there. We're going to have this corner piece. It's an accent corner. It's going to be mounted right there. So we need an M3x8 that goes through this part and just goes through these two parts, right? It's not doing anything more than just holding this in place. Quite honestly, I think I'm going to do an M3x6 here because I have it. Once again, it calls for an M3x8 because they're trying to keep the number of different screw sizes in the BOM down. I've deviated on some screw sizes from the suggested BOM just because I have them from doing so many different types of builds. But if you were building this from scratch, and once we're able to get some kits, like I am assuming, this is a big assumption here, KB3D, KB3D, Fabrico, West 3D. I'm pretty sure everybody's going to carry these. This seems like it's getting ready to take off and boom big time. So I think this is going to be a pretty cool project to follow and to jump on once once everything starts really ramping up. I'm not sure if we're going to have a dedicated. I'm not sure if there's going to be like an LDO kit or something like that, or if it's just going to be like a bomb in the box that everybody carries. We'll see. Well, and with hopefully soon, I will tell you that Armored Turtle did say that the Discord is getting opened up and that we should be hopefully going into a public beta soon. I don't know if that's going to be something that would be announced at like ERF or anything. I'm not that much into the project. Well, I'm in, yeah, I'm a beta tester, but I'm not like full on developer for it. So I'll leave that up to Armored Turtle to make his final determination on when that's a go live. Okay, so that part's put on there. We'll need our M3x8s again. So your parts here for your corner, right? You've got this little tab here. These will line up. This on its side. These will line up with tabs in the top, with key slots on the top of the corners here, right? So we've got lots of built-in tabs where things will line up. So this fits right on there. And you'll notice there is a hole, a gap there. It's designed to have lights in here. And there are specific plates for the lights. Right? So you can put your lights on here rather than directly onto the printed part. Makes it easier to get things off. This keys in and goes this way as well. And everything lines up. Did I put that in right? Actually, that might be for the diffuser. Well, that's smaller. Diffuser goes there. What am I missing? I'm missing. Anyhow, you'll have diffusers that I think these just clip in, and then you'll have the other piece that goes down here that allows you to put your lights on. I'm not doing lights on this, so we're just going to clip this over. Before you clip it on there though, you're going to need some M5 hex nuts. M5 hex nut. Already. Bear with me 1 second here while I grab some M5 hex nuts. Okay. Once again, we have some slots right here. Your hex nut slides right down in that slot. You're going to put your corner piece up there, and it'll key into the top. Your bottom foot panel, right, the flat side that has the keys in it, is going to key into the bottom. We'll run a M3 by 8. And that will hold these parts together. This is going into the M3 heat set that we put in this corner piece. And that's going to sandwich this together, right? Then we're going to have a M5 by 16. You'll want a M5 washer. And a TPU printed foot. So this is going to go up through that hole in the bottom, right? It's going to go up through that M5 and go into that nut that we put in place. Just use your finger to hold it in place as you start to screw it in. And then just like that, you've got your corner and a foot. Once again, my diffusers. Which way did the diffusers go in? I think they press in from the inside because it's got that little tab down there. It's got to press in from the inside. Be able to clip in there. So your diffuser panel, I'm not going to push it all the way in, will look something like that. Once again, I'm not going to do the diffuser panels. That one has a heck of a warp on it. One must have got next to some heat. I'll have to reprint one of these corner pieces. Once again, the corner piece will slip on there. Your bottom red piece will key on there. You'll run an M3x8 screw through there, and you'll need an M5 nut down in that slot. So that goes on there, M3x8. And once again, these two slots key to the slots at the bottom of your piece here. And then that little triangular corner keys into the bottom of the main corner piece. And that's what locks everything together. And then your M5x16 bolt with an M5 washer. And a TPU foot. You can just put your finger or something in there to keep the M5 nut from pushing out. That just tightens down on there. And you've got a couple of feet. And I'm just going to flip this over and we can do the other two. Yeah, I don't know if you can tell the difference here, but I must have got this one near some heat. Can you see how bowed this is over here? I mean, that's a pretty physical, it's a heat bow, definitely. So I'll have to reprint one of these. Five by 16, 5 washer, and a TPU foot. Okay, and we've got one more quick to do, but like I said, I don't think it's going to line up properly with the with that worked piece. We'll have to see. If not, I'll just stick the foot on it for now. It possibly will go in there. Like I said, I'm definitely going to have to replace this one just because of how warped that is. I mean, it's visibly warped. Oops. Should have got this down in that slot first. You can get it down in there. It's really a pain in the butt, so a lot easier just to take this corner piece back off. in the slot properly. There we go. Okay, and once again, you can see that there's a little like slot here underneath the wheels. Go to the bench side. You can see that there's underneath the wheel. There's a slot here that fits in underneath our feet here, and that's where you'll be able to put your plate in, and then these feet will hold in the bottom plate. But at this point, that is box turtle. All we need to do now is to get it configured onto a printer and get the AFC software and stuff installed on a printer. Where are we at right now? We're at 130. What do I want to do? Put the rear idler pieces in here. And these are just freewheeling idlers. We'll have our little, that's the thing I did forget, our little stubs, our inlets. I don't know how big these are supposed to be. They don't have to be too big. You just want short lengths, and it's more of guiding your filament. And if Pezliz is here, see? We reuse bags to store parts in for projects. So we do want 4 more little lengths of our PTFE tube. And once again, I don't know if there's a given length that they're going to be looking for. I'm going to go fairly short here. Let's call these the ingress tube. And we'll do a little bit of a chamfer on them. Grab some filament, tweezers, whatever, and just make sure that you've got all of the PTFE shards out of there. You don't want any of that PTFE to break off and get intermixed with with your filament, because it's not going to print well. It might melt and not necessarily foul your hot end, but I don't think PTFE is going to uh, stick too much. Okay, now these little pieces here, they've got an inner lip on them. They're kind of a little bit conical shape. The smaller end is what gets around your PTFE tube. And you want to push the PTFE tube all the way down in them. So I'm just getting my PTFE tube started, putting it down on the table, and applying some force to make sure that they're getting down in there. Oh yeah, yarn crafter's great, yes. Bags don't get poked by needles. Well, they could, depending on how you're using them and carrying everything. You may have to use your deburring tool just to start to open up the end or clean up the end. Get your PTFE started. Just want to make sure it's fully down in there and seated so you get a good transition at the top. You can try taking your PTFE tube or your filament, and I'm going to say run it in at an angle and make sure it's not catching on a lip or an edge anywhere. And I'm kind of trying to twist it in when I first put it in. Like I said, if you need to, very lightly and gently with the deburring tool, try and open it up just slightly. Hey Westery, how's it going? Whoops. Figures there's going to be one that's going to give me a hard time. Okay, and once they're down in there, it's just simply sticking them into your tops here. And similar to like a bamboo, right? You'll put a spool on here. Do I have a spool that's easily sure? Some Fadus glass filled. No biggie. You'll have your spool on there. You'll take your tip, start it down there, and when you hit this point right here, I feel like I'm hitting the ball, or excuse me, not the ball, but yeah, the ball that's in here. And as I push it further in, which is going to be hard because I have a straight in, let me put a angle on there, make it easier. So you'll run this down there, you'll hit that ball, and you'll feel it go past the ball. As soon as you've gone past the ball, what has happened is this has triggered backwards ever so slightly. Chances are when you start to put it in there, you'll trigger that rotating mechanism, and you're letting off the end stop at the bottom of this trigger lever. And that's telling it to turn on the extruder motor. You'll start hearing it cycle. It's going to go zzz, 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 right? So you're going to continue to push this until you hit the extruder gears, at which point it's going to start taking the filament. And you're good to go. It's going to load it through the extruder gears to the rear of that extruder mount where it hits the next end stop. And then it's going to stop and pull it back. And it knows that this lane's now loaded. You'll load up all 4 of your lanes. And then it's just like, any other multicolor print. You tell it which color you're going to use for what parts, and it'll start switching between your tools. Okay. And we're going to get into more of that, but we'll get into that on the next stream because that's going to require me to do software on a printer behind me. And we're going to have to get the CAN bus set up. And that's going to take a little bit because I want to print another one of the, microfit pass-throughs so that it will make it easier to put it on and take it off as we go down the road. As we go to things like 3D Printopia, right? And basically what I'm saying is I'm going to need to get a printer off of that line out of the corner over here, right? And bring it over here to do some work on it because there's going to be a couple things that we need to do. One, we need to rebuild the tool head as a Filometrics. Two, we need to, no, I'm lost. So we need to rebuild the tool head as a Filometrics, which will give us a tool head sensor. And then once we do that, we can do some of the other mods to add the CAN bus stuff in there. I do know the CAN bus ID of this board, so I don't need to worry about that. I can basically toss it in there. Trying to think. Do that. We'll take that off. Oh no, we'll put that back on there. Don't need to see that. Trying to think. You have no taste or smell. Brewing some hot coffee and seeing if it. Uh-oh. Drop Mia and Max off at boarding. Need to pack and do laundry. Leaving tomorrow. Now, is that leaving to go see family or is that leaving for work? Timor just had an earthquake. Timor, are you out in the Arizona area? I think Michigan had an earthquake about a month ago. Okay. Once again, we do have shirts. You guys have seen me wear my shirt. We do have stickers. Whoa. Several of us will have these stickers at the show. right? I am going to have to get this set up software wise. The software has been available because it supports the it also supports the 8-track. Let me kick over here real fast. Kick over there and get some things out of the way here so I don't make a mess. Push that towards the back. Grab the old keyboard and bring it over here. And we want to go to Armored Turtle. Oh, not that Armored Turtle. This is the Armored Turtle website, by the way. This is where you can come and get things like the turtleneck toolhead buffer kit and parts for the 8-track. And once again, this is the buffer kit that we're going to be using with the armored or with the box turtle. It's got all the mechanical parts, and you'll have to print your parts, but that is going to be there. Now let me do Armored Turtle GitHub. And you'll see that the 8-track Raven Alpha is public and the AFC Clipper add-on is public. So this is the software side of things. And we've done the physical build and the wiring. Now this would be the software side of things. So we need to run some commands to install this. And it's going to be fairly simple. It's a Clipper plugin. To install the plugin, you need to do the following. You need to have Clipper, Moonraker, and some type of web UI. So Mainsail or Fluid. Give me a second to see if I can get back here without killing myself. On this side, I hope it's on. Yes, it is. Like, let me see if the lights turn on, then it's powered on. So let me stare at the lights and see if I can blind myself when it finally boots up and comes on. I have a feeling it might have been on and I just shut it off. Yeah. Coming on. Mummy's coming on, but I'm not seeing anything on the screen. All right. Problem. Okay, there. So Iron Dragon is most likely going to be more on that ring. We're going to bring Iron Dragon, Black Box, and the KB3 Rook. As Oh, those three are going. Not sure what else. But what we're gonna do. Iron Dragon. Yeah, yeah. My store is offline. That thing work. Try that. Architecture. COVID stuff. Oh, you. Yes, my store is offline. Fall on whether or not working. Sound off. Hello, hello. Oh, sounds weird because I pulled the mic out. So it's picking up the mic right here versus lav. Okay. Is that better now? Hey, Creatix Brit, how's it going? Hey, girl, hey. Um, sorry about that. So we've got Box Turtle here. We've got Iron Dragon up. So, by the way, let's just do a quick check here, history-wise. Only 309 hours on Iron Dragon. I need to put a lot more time on her. Good thing I'll be testing her out with the Box Turtle then. Okay, so we've got this up. We know the IP address, which is 192.168.10.82. To install the plugin, we need to run the following command from the user's home directory, which means we're going to need to SSH into our Raspberry Pi or CB1 or whatever we have in there. Take a quick gander here at my printer config. An Octopus with Big Tree Tech Pi with CB1. So this one has a CB1 module. So looks like there's some updates. Let's make sure that we're fully updated before we go and do this. Liver and onion bean boozle last night. Ugh. I'm doing good, Creatix Brit. Doing good. I'm ready to, get this going on the printer and I don't know, speed build a droid. Not gonna speed build a droid. I could, probably. I don't have a life anymore. My wife's out of town. Ah, we still got to get those droids on our minds. Exactly. Well, I have the droid on my mind because I keep tripping over it like every time I turn around. Um, I just need to, yeah, I just need to. I've got a couple of different bodies printed out for it. One would be um, allow for the little movable arm out of the chest, and then the other is just regular. You got to get electronics into your helmet. Yeah, I need to check that out. Take a butt ton of pictures. so I could get ideas for some of my helmets because I still need to put the armor set together that I've printed out for the Imperial Mandalorian Commando armor, complete with helmet that is in 3 parts that I need to loop together and add a visor and all that good stuff. I love looking at little things. Okay, where are we at? Putty. Open up Putty. 192.168.10.87, 82. Login as. This has a CB1, so this should be BQ. And it is most likely not BQ. All right. So it looks like we have 36 packages to be upgraded. There's a Moonraker update and a Clipper update. So we're going to do the horrendous thing and just say update all. I haven't had a problem with updating Clipper from 2.8 whatever up to like at least 2.89 so far. So if there's an issue, then maybe we get to go through and update firmware on everything. Why not? And since you guys have been slacking and I keep staring at it, killing me, while this is doing some updates, I will switch over to which camera do I want? Go to bench side. Tex peppers, spicy habanero salsa. We are in September, which means for any level 5 hype train, or I've been saying 10 gifted subs, or not 10 gifted subs, but 10 subs during a stream, I will do a spoonful of Tex pepper spicy habanero salsa. But you guys have been like slacking and let me go like 4 streams now without doing it. So I'm going to self-indulge in the pain myself. Mm. No, so this is the same as the I'll say the beta salsa or whatever that we got. This is hot. This is tomatoes, chili peppers. The chili peppers are jalapenos and habaneros, red onion, lime juice, salt, and cilantro. Dang it. Now I got the hiccups. Feel it. Yes. It definitely tickles a bit. We'll say that. That would be good on some chicken, local pepper sauce, dealer. So this is the salsa. I don't think they have this. Actually, they might have this in the they might have that in their hot sauce. But it is good. It is good with was it Tostitos hint of lime chips. But I finished off a jar of this with the sample batch. I finished off a jar of the what's the other salsa, the Pueblo Red, and then that. Ooh. Yeah, that tingles a bit. Okay, so our update's done. Go back over to the full display window. Hello again. And we're going to run this command. And what this command is going to do is it's going to run a wget with using git. And it's going to download the repository or clone the repository and then run the install-afc.shell script via bash. This is going to download it and then run it. So we're going to come down into our putty session. And we're just going to right click to copy that command in and hit enter. And it's going to go on its merry way. Okay. So it downloaded it and then it started running things. It cloned the repo, enumerated the objects, blah, 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 blah. Clipper service was found, linked the extensions in Clipper, restarted Clipper. Please ensure the following is in your moonraker.conf file. It doesn't update it automatically, I don't believe. So we will grab that information. Should be, did they still have it down here? No, they didn't. So we will have to grab that there just to be on the safe side. We need from the update manager portion all the way down. Right click will copy it and apparently paste it. So let me delete all that out of there. We'll come back over to our Iron Dragon config. We'll go down to our moonraker.conf file. All we're going to do is just scroll down to the bottom and copy that information. Now we can do a save and restart. And you now see the AFC software listed here, so we'll be able to do updates as new updates come out. Configuration. Simple sample configuration files for the most popular boards are located in the Clipper config example AFC directory. The AFC directory should be placed in your printer data config and included in your printer config file. So what it's saying is we need to create a new directory here. It does not exist. It did not create it when we did the software install. All we did was install the AFC Pi modules. So if I do a ls command right here, we'll see a new directory called AFC-Clipper-add-on. So if I cd space AFC, just hit tab, it'll fill out the rest of the way. I can hit enter. Now if I do an ls here, we'll see ls. Get your fingers in the right spot on the keyboard. Here, let me do an ls-al. You'll see that there's several files in here. There's an AFC buffer pi, AFC LED. When I say pi.py, these are Python files. This is the code that does the work in the background. Okay. If we go cd space tilde, that puts us back in our home directory. From here, we'll do another ls. If we go into, we'll cd into Clipper, Clippy, then there will be a extras folder. So we'll cd into extras. Let me do another ls-al. I'm going to scroll up here towards the top. You'll see a set of files here that I just highlighted. This is the AFC buffer files. And what these are symbolic links. So this is how it links that new AFC Python code to Clipper. Okay, so this is how Clipper knows where to find those modules. That way you can do an upgrade of the software later on when new features come out, and those symlinks will already be in place. So they're just going to write into that AFC add-on folder and refresh that clone from Git. That's how that works out for us technically minded folks. Okay, so back here we need to create an AFC directory because it was not created. So we're going to come over here to create directory, the little folder icon with the plus on it. And we want it to be capital AFC, right? Automated filament changer. Now we need to put some files in here. Those files are up here in the code under the Clipper config example AFC. So we would need to grab these files and add them in there. So the easiest way to do this would be to clone the whole repository down to your printer. I don't think I didn't think those got added. Did they? Yeah, actually they are in there. So they are cloned down. Easiest way to move those. All right, so I'm gonna cd into Clipper underscore config example. cd into AFC. So there's the files. What I want to do is copy splat.splat to tilde our home slash printer underscore data, right? Slash config slash AFC. And that should copy those files over into that directory. We can come back here and look, and lo and behold, in our AFC directory, we now have all these files. Okay. We'll come back here to our configuration. Now we need to add the include, and to include the AFC directory and all of its config files. We're also going to need to we also need to I'm sorry, there's a piece that I'm missing. Oh, ensure you rename one of the sample configuration files and replace the extension with the CFG. That was the piece I was missing. Okay, Pezliz, feel better soon. Feel better soon. So we're going to have this include statement that we need to add. So we'll just click on that and copy. Under Iron Dragon, We're going to come back up here to our main config folder and go to our printer.cfg file. And what we need to do is add information to our includes section. Okay. I wind up adding this kind of at the top. Doesn't really matter where you put it. We're just going to Control V, hit enter to add that space. Now we're including that afc.config file. So it now knows about those files, macros, and things that were just added in. Okay. Save. I'm not going to save and restart. I'm just going to save for now. Then close that out. We're going to come back in here to our AFC. And we've got AFC hardware AFC. That is the AFC light board that is a custom board designed for this, that they're going to have some beta boards out soon. Then we have the MMB 1.0 or the MMB 1.1. Critical to know which version of the Big Tree Tech MMB board you're using, because the pinouts are different. There's 2 pins that are rolled between them. So you need to make sure that you're using the right configuration for the right board. I know that this board and the board that I have and the one downstairs are version 1 boards. I just ordered 2 new boards. When those come in, I need to check and see which one they are and make some type of note. Okay, so for right now, we're going to grab the version 1.0 here. I'm not going to rename it just yet. I'm going to open it up. We're going to take a look at this file and see what we may need to change. There's a CAN bus UUID. This is the CAN bus UUID for this board. So rather than it being in the main printer config file, it's just on here, which is a good thing. Okay. If you ever want to bypass your box turtle, or you're taking your printer somewhere, or something's busted on the box turtle and you're going to take it offline, you could simply comment out the include that we have in the printer config file, disconnect your box turtle and put it over on the bench and work on it to fix whatever's wrong or to upgrade to the latest version, what have you, and that printer still works. Right? That's the nice thing about having that CAN bus UUID in the AFC files, is you can bypass that, disconnect it, and no harm, no foul. Okay. We need to come down through here and take a look at a couple of things. So AFC stepper leg 1, that's our first lane on our box turtle. That is the lane. Once again, let me turn this around. Lane 1, left to right. This is lane 1. This is lane 4. Lane 1 is closest to your Big Tree Tech board. Right? So something to be remembered or cognizant of. We've got everything laid out, and it should be the pin should be good on everything right here so far, except for we're going to have to watch for one piece, right? We've got the extruder, and it's named extruder. We want to keep it that way. Step pin, direction pin, enable pin. That's to the motor port on the MMB. That should be good. Micro steps, rotation distance, the distance from the motor to the hub, or excuse me, from the extruder to the hub. The lane index number, this is used for the LED, or the LED index number. That'll trigger your LED. And once again, we connecting them as lane 1, 2, 3, 4. So got to remember that we lined them up that way. The AFC motor RWD. This is your motor rewinder. You'll notice that this is commented out. It's commented out because you have to tell me, or you have to tell the software what pin you connected your choice of motor driver to for the respooling rewinding motor on your lane, right? Remember, I could have set it up as individual boards, one or two different types there, or I set it up with the Mosfetti. And when we set that board up, remember that we set it up with the RGB is kind of, I'll say, the center point. So our lane triggers and our extruder triggers going from the RGB port were 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Going the other way, starting at the RGB, we're going 1, 2, 3, 4. When I set this up the last time, I set it up as 1, 2, 3, and 4, which means it would have been PB4 that I would be using. But with the way I configured it this way, I'm going to use PA1 as the trigger pin for the motor, for the rewind or respooling motor. So we need to come up here. We're going to uncomment this line to let it know that we have a motor installed. And we want to tell it that it's PA1. Okay. And then we'll have the TMC driver information. You shouldn't have to change anything there. Leg 2, same thing. Everything is good. We're going to need to change the motor. And we connected this up to PA0, I believe. Let me double check. Yes, PA0. So it's this connector that we used. Now we're going to do, the next two will be PB3 and PB4. So for leg 3, we're going to uncomment that. And that's going to be Papa Bravo 3. In lane 4, it's already uncommented. Actually, that one was uncommented as well. So let me put the A back in there. This one, we went to Papa Bravo 4, PB4. Okay. Because I'm a bit anal, I'm going to make all my things line. Okay. Now the next couple of things. Filament switch sensor. This would be the location of your filament switch sensor. This says tool PB8. Tool colon PB8, which means you would be looking at pin PB8 on a tool head board. We haven't built this part, so we don't know where we're plugging in the switches to yet. I kind of do because I can look at the Trident downstairs and see the config that I set up there, which I'm going to be taking some pictures of. But this, for right now, we actually need to comment this out, because if we don't, it will throw an error because it doesn't recognize a controller called tool, right? In this case, it would be SB2209 colon whatever the pin is that we're plugging the tool head sensor in. Okay, so we're going to leave that cut out for right now. AFC LEW, or yeah, AFC LED, AFC indicator. This is the pin, which is PA2. And we'll take a look here. Pin PA2 for our RGBs. Right? There's 4 in the chain. if you add lights on the corners and you're running it all off that same connector, one, be sure that you've got enough power to do that. Two, you need to add the additional, you need to increase that number. But for right now, the chain count is 4. The color order is currently commented out. We're going to need to uncomment that. The reason it's commented out is to draw your attention to the need to validate um, the information. Okay, and the reason being is you need to understand what order your specific lights that you used are. Mine are RGBW, but they may be GRBW or what have you. So you need to understand the lights that you purchased, what order they're in. Otherwise, they won't work as intended, and you'll get different color lights, which will mean different things, or they may not work at all. If you depending on what the order. The initial color scheme is set here, which is white's on, everything else is off. So your LEDs should all come up as white initially. If equipped with the buffer here is AFC underscore buffer neck. This would be if you're running the turtleneck. So if and when you set up your turtleneck, you would update this information. Now, once again, the pin listed here is PC15. PC15 would actually be a pin on this board, which is already in use. I don't know why. It would be like in one extruder. TB11's the hub. TB10 we're using just for power and ground for the 5-volt fan. TB2 or STP11 here, we're pulling 5-volt and ground for the Mosfetti. So that would definitely need to be changed. And chances are that buffer you're going to have mounted on the back side of your printer, just like a Bamboo Labs has one. And you would most likely be connecting that to the printer vice the AMS. Right now, in the configuration that I am currently set up, I would not have a place to connect it into. What I could do, because I am only using the signaling pin for the motor or the sensor, I could plug the fan wires, the positive and negative, into either one of these, and that would then free up STP10 port right here. And I could then use that as 5-volt ground and sensor as needed to power that board. I don't know how that board's going to be configured yet. I haven't seen it. Once it comes in, I may just need a signal pin, or I may need a signal and a ground. So that would be one way that I could plug that buffer into the turtle box, right? There's different ways that you can set these things up and do them. Just be aware, if you're going to connect it to turtle box, then you just give it the pin number. If you're going to connect it to your printer directly, then you're going to need to know which board you plugged it in. If it's directly into the MCU, then you just put give it a sensor pin number. If you're going to plug it into any other board, then you're going to have to do a tool board peg call out. Okay, I know this is kind of a lot. We'll get into this a little bit more again, because once again, We're going to have to take this printer offline. We're going to have to get it over to the bench. We're going to take the tool head out of it. Okay? We're going to rebuild the tool head. We're going to have to make sure that we at least have spot for one in-stop connector, if not two. And I was in the process, my thought process was to swap that out and go to the Nighthawk board versus CAN bus. I still may do that. I just need to, once again, look at the Nighthawk board and make sure that there's enough pins to be able to run everything that's currently on the tool head and add the two additional end stops. Because there will be an end stop above the gears and the tool head and one below the gears, between the gears and the actual cutter in the tool head. So we just need to be able to understand that. And I don't want to get into tearing that down today. And I don't want to uncomment the UUID here. Or I'm going to comment. Well, damn it. Everything here is good. I'm going to save. I'm going to close. Now, in the printer.config file, we have our SB2209 called out here, which is running a lot of our toolhead stuff. We would still have some type of toolhead designator if we switch over to Nighthawk. The difference is Nighthawk is running a USB connection versus a CAN bus connection. So it'd be done very similar to our main board, which would be, you know, serial, blah, 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 blah. Now, if I leave this here the way it is with the include uncommented out, I'm going to do a save and restart. It should fail because it can't find this board or the box turtle, right? Printer's not ready. Internal error on command prep. It can't run prep. Partly it can't run prep because there's no board for it to talk to. What prep does is evaluates all 4 lanes to see if there's any filament currently loaded in it. Right? There isn't. Because 1, there physically isn't. It's sitting right here on the bench. And 2, it's not connected to the printer yet. We have some additional work to do. So what we can do here for the time being, click on printer, come down here to that AFC, uncomment or comment that out, do a save and restart, and everything comes back up as normal. This is what I'm saying. If you ever need to work on Box Turtle, you can turn the printer off. Please always turn the printer off. Disconnect the cable, right? We're going to set it up so we'll have a quick disconnect at our at the back side of the printer in the skirt, just like you would do like a pass-through for an Ethernet cable. We'll have a pass-through for a 4-pin horizontal, like 4-pin inline, 4-pin inline microfit 3 connector. And that way we can just plug and unplug the Box Turtle. Makes it easier to transport. You don't have a lot of cables on the outside, less things sitting outside that can get in the way, right? So that's going to be the plan. We will start working on that. Probably what I'll do is get some things rearranged off stream so that Tuesday when we come in, I may have the tool head off that printer and just sitting here. And what we're going to do is rebuild the tool head. We'll take the tool head apart. We'll rebuild it using the Filometrics printed parts that I have. So I've already got the printed parts that we'll use. So we've got that ready. And we'll rebuild the tool head. We'll have to change a couple of things in the config to add the 2 sensors in. And then we'll go through and we'll add the second CAN bus cable in. And then that should be good. That should enable us to then bring things up on the bench and start showing some stuff off. Okay. Not ready to test just yet. Like I said, I've done some preliminary software config for Iron Dragon, the Trident in the back here. What I'm going to have to do is clear stuff off that table, get the rat rig up on its perch, right? That will make it easier for me to get back here. I can move Tiamat over a little bit more. I will pull the tool head off of Iron Dragon. We'll rebuild the tool head right here because everything should come off the tool head. It's just going to be plugging it back in, putting the CAN bus wire in, and we'll be good again. And we'll need to bring that over here to do some other wiring on it because we will need to add another CAN bus cable for it. But other than that, we'll be doing that Tuesday night. I know I normally string longer today, but I'm a little tired. I also need to try and run some errands today while things are open, like the recycler or the recycle place. But yeah. So next up, I will say we've got, back over here, Box Turtle is built. Box Turtle is ready. We don't have a bottom deck on it, but that's fine. We want to leave it somewhat accessible. The firmware has already been loaded on this MMB because I took it off of my Trident with the ERCF V2 downstairs. So I've got 2 more boards on order. Once they get it here, which should be sometime this week, I could always just reflash the board, get the UUID, throw it in a config, and boom, I'm up and running on an ERCFA again downstairs if I wanted to. But everything's prepped and ready to go. What we'll do, let me switch over to the bench side so you guys can see this a little bit better in all of its glory. I'm going to, we'll figure out what the length that I'll need to run this down the back side of the printer or to have it sitting beside the printer or what have you. Basically, I'm going to give myself an amount of this cable. I'll cut it. I'll re-terminate it with a 4-pin, darn it, with a 4-pin microfit. And I haven't found one that does like the 4-pin, like I didn't find one that does the 4-pin square like this. The pass-through that I found would do a 4-pin, my 4-pin. It'll do a 4-pin in this design. So I'll do the 4-pin like this on this side of the cable. We'll put a matching 4-pin female side. This is way more, this is a 5-pin, but you know, we'll mount one of these in the skirt on the back side of the Trident, and that way it makes it a quick disconnect. So when I go to take this to Earth or 3D Printopia, I can disconnect the cable for Box Turtle, set it up here, put the printer in. I'm not trying to deal with a printer and a Box Turtle that can move around, and you know, it just makes transport easier. Oh, I want to like dig through here and find a 4-pin since I have it open. That's a 4-pin, but that's a 4-pin with, should have 4 pins. And there's the other side of the 4-pin. So there's that. We'll just have that pass-through connector built into the back side of the printer, and have it, we'll have to cable that in underneath the bottom. So we'll build the tool head. We'll get that ready to swap in there. We'll swap that in there. We'll put the printer on its side. We'll build this side of the cable. And then with the remainder of the cable that we've cut off, we'll build the other CAN bus cable that will go to this and mount it in the skirt. And then we'll be ready to actually put things up here and work on it, get it running. So Tuesday night, we should be able to start testing and saying, hey, do lanes work? Does it recognize them? All that good stuff. Sound good? So yeah, that's Box Turtle. I will be taking some pictures of this and posting them online. Once again, I do have a few Box Turtle stickers. Several of us are going to have the Box Turtle stickers. We should be able to see these working at several sites. I should have one at my table. There will be one on display over at KB3D. Need to figure out if I can, I don't know, possibly make it work on the KB3D Rook 2020 Mark II, just using tip forming. So we'll get that working. So yeah, kind of where we're at. So making progress. The physical build of Box Turtle is done. Right now, we did some of the software config. Now we need to do some changes to the printer that we're going to connect it to, and then go on. And at a minimum, you need to either connect it up via CAN bus or serial, right? If you're doing serial on this, you're going to have to wire it up accordingly, and then get your firmware ready to go. And you should, I mean, you can get it going with tip forming, but you still need a tool head sensor. And right now, I do not have a tool head sensor on any of the Vorons over here in the corner. So I do need to add those in at the very least. Whether you add the cutter or not, or add the cutter functionality or not, you still need a tool head sensor for this to really work as appropriate. All right, folks. So that's where we're at today. Let me go ahead and see who may be out there and online we can raid into, because it is kind of early for me to kick into stream. But I want to kind of also get in this type of time frame, because in a couple of weeks, I am going to have to end the stream early to go get Mrs. Dragon. So she will get very mad at me if I leave her stuck at the airport while I continue to stream. Free Heathens up. Did Heresy work? Ugly Moo looks like he's playing some retro game. The days up and running. Several people are just showing off printing. So let's go over and let's go over Free Heathen. So once again, everybody, thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. Um, please come with me as I start the raid to go over to Free Heathen. He's another 3D printer here on Twitch. He is one of our fellow Canadians up north. He designs a lot of miniatures and bow ties and other things. So let's just go show some of the love. Thank you all for being here. We will continue to work on this. I will get things prepped for Tuesday's stream so that we can do hopefully a quick rebuild of a tool head and move on to some other stuff. So thank you all very much. Liz, feel better soon. We need you feeling good and righteous for 3D Printopia, which is 20-ish days away. So thanks everybody for being here, and I will see you guys on Tuesday. Have a great one all. Bye now.